Okay, let me just do this. Oh, great, it destroyed the link for that. That's great. Let me try refreshing this. Okay, there we go. Just bear with me for one moment while I send out links to everybody. I'm actually going to try to get a little bit of a crowd going for this tonight. There's that one. There's that one. Just checking to see if I've missed anybody of the group of people that I was going to send out to. Game sound's going to go out soon. Right there, actually, as a matter of fact. Is there anywhere else that I was going to link this? There we go. I knew I was missing somebody. Alright. Let me just make sure the stream's actually rolling and not just sitting there. The fun thing about the playback that I have is it's about 30 seconds or so behind about what you guys will see, so around the time that I actually have noticed that the screen has changed is around the time that I would see it over on the other screen, which, there we go. I think that I am rolling now. Give me just a few more moments to kind of get ready, and then we'll get this marathon started. Alright, so I'll try to explain this as I kind of go along, since I've kind of spoken about all of these games ad nauseum for quite a while. Long story short, I wanted to kick off the new year the right way, and by the right way, I mean playing a sort of marathon of all of my favorite Mega Man games. I've got a list of 4 of them on the roster. I don't think that I'm going to go past that, but we'll see what happens. I think some people already know what the secret one is going to be, but I'll leave it a surprise for those who don't. So Mega Man 3 is following up Mega Man 2, which was kind of already deemed as a pretty good game, although technically flawed. Mega Man 3 has its own share of glitches, but is in a lot of ways a very drastic improvement over Mega Man 2. It introduced the slide feature. It also introduced the concept of bosses having more than one actual weakness. I guess you could argue that Mega Man 2 kind of had that, but there's actually 2 separate branching paths in this game. That'll make a little bit more sense a little bit later on whenever we actually get into the boss weaknesses and whatnot. So I always like to start on Snake Man for this game because, first of all, I think the stage is just overall more fun than Top Man, but also just because I kind of like to just go in that approach. But yeah, Top Man is kind of the other one that you can start on. Really, there's a handful of stages that you can start on in Mega Man 3 for various reasons. Snake Man just has a very generally easy buster kill. But also I really like these pole vault guys. They have 3 frames of animation whenever they do their pole vault. If you can slide on the 2nd frame, then you can get underneath without having to worry too much. So, why wasn't Mega Man 2, or I guess let's just go through the list in general and why I picked the ones that I did, and I'll probably speak more about the games that are on the list whenever I get to them. As far as the games that aren't on the list, Mega Man 1, while I do enjoy Mega Man 1, I do think that the game itself is just fundamentally broken in ways that makes it generally unfun to play and even less so to watch. Mega Man 2 I do consider a really good game, but I also think that it has some frustrating elements to it. If you've ever watched any of my old marathons where I've run that game before, one place that I oftentimes will get caught up on is kind of in the Wily stages. Okay, I'm going to take one hit here, probably. Alright, we should be fine for the cycle now. So Mega Man 2, it just has like the boss where you have to use more or less your entire stock of crash bombs. Somebody will probably come through and say, "Oh, well, it is possible to do," and you're correct. You don't have to use every single one of them if you play really smart, but like it's little things like that that kind of ruin that one for me. And then outside of that, Mega Man 3 is on here because of the fact that it's kind of like the first one that really gets into the nitty-gritty of the platforming elements that I really like in a Mega Man game. Mega Man 4 is on the list because I just love the cast of Robot Masters, the music's stellar. Mega Man 4 is like, at least like before they started to get a little bit too crazy with things, was pretty much like the best of the series at the time. Mega Man 5 just kind of focused a little bit too much on the charge shot, and Mega Man 6. I like that one myself, but not a lot of people share the same sentiment towards that game that I do. Why wasn't Mega Man 5 on the list? It's because of that reason that I mentioned. The game just throws lives at you, which, you know, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It does kind of help get through the game a little bit better and whatnot, but overall, it's just too weird. Like, I didn't like the change in art that they did. The Wily gates are small. The invulnerability frames on enemies just really is different from the entire rest of the series. We're gonna try a little trick here. If this works correctly, I'll skip the Proto Man music. Nope. I missed the jump on the coil and kind of slid into it. That's a whoopsie on my part. Mega Man 6 is on this list because, as I just got done saying, it is one of my personal all-time favorite Mega Man games. I don't hold as much dislike of the game as other people seem to, and for the most part, I think that it's a solid experience. It does a much better job than 5 did, for sure. Oops. I guess I should have kept Rush Coil out, but oh well. I'm gonna get hit after I get out of here. It's okay, I got the eggs knocked out. Just damage boost through here, whatever. I also think that Mega Man 3 does a good job of being a difficult Mega Man game while also being a fair Mega Man game. There are some buggy areas in it. In Snake Man's stage, there were those weird cloud platforms that will carry you off if you're not careful enough. And then there's like a couple of slide glitches and things like that, but for the most part, I think this game offers a very solid experience of just, if you know what you're doing, then you can get through the levels, and, you know, like, you can kind of learn from the mistakes that you do make. This section right here is a prime example of that. This gauntlet is definitely tricky, but if you know what you're doing, then you can pretty much make this a very just pleasing experience to watch. It's also pretty laggy, so honestly, even if it was a little bit challenging, it would still be fairly reasonable. The big eyes of this game are kind of a letdown, but that's whatever. Whoops, he got me. Yeah, like, it's a little bit rough to kind of get into his cycle, but that's whatever. I'm probably gonna take a couple of deaths through this game, but it's not gonna be the worst thing in the world. Well, I'm all kinds of out of pattern right now. There we go. We got it sorted out. I was actually trying to think of a title for this, and I was trying to get the New Year stuff in there somewhere so that it would be somewhat obvious what I was doing. And I was really happy whenever I settled on that title. So hopefully, if I play my cards correctly, we'll be getting into the final game right around the time that the New Year kind of rings in. But we'll see what happens. Honestly, I may have misspoke a little bit on that. I do start with Snake Man sometimes. I feel like I have done it at least a handful of times in my runs. I do still switch to doing primarily Top Man first as well. Neither of them's a necessarily bad starting point, though. This game doesn't have a whole lot of things that damage you significantly in this game, but those drill bits right there are absolutely one of them. They will mess you up so badly. Wow, I'm surprised that I framed through that. I was 3 off. Now this fight could go very poorly right now because I am not at a happy amount of health. Fun fact, he pauses at the get-go. He's gonna get me, I think. Oh, that was a bad time to lag, game. Ah, that's fine. It makes me sad because the Gemini laser in this game is honestly like one of my more favorite weapons. It just lags the game so hard, and the fact that you can only fire it and then watch it go, it just makes it such an annoying weapon to have to deal with fighting bosses on. Well, I think he got stuck in a little bit of a loop there that time. Oddly enough, out of all the Mega Mans, like, I still consider this one a favorite, but I'm not a big fan of a lot of the weapons in this game. We'll go ahead and go to Top Man now. The top spin is a little bit unwieldy. I wish there wasn't the glitch of activating it whenever you're in an enemy's hitbox, which drains the entire weapon bar. I hate when the little hoppers are just below your shot. The Gemini laser I've already kind of complained about. The Search Snake's alright. I just wish it had a little bit more power to it, but I understand why. Needle Cannon is basically just a discount buster. Big cat. Man, if I were thinking, I could have planned out my games to where this was the boss that I fought right as the new year began, so we could start from the top. I thought I missed that jump for a moment. That would have been ample punishment for that. So it's not impossible to dodge the tops there, but it is very difficult to do that section without taking damage. I've done it a handful of times and it's caught me by surprise each time. So Top Man is technically the Robot Master that we would first start out with, and as such, he takes extra damage from the Buster. And he also kind of showcases the idea of using the slide as a tactic to deal with Robot Master attacks. So the ironic thing about Top Spin is most of the enemies in Shadow Man's stage, which Shadow Man uses him as the weakness, most of the enemies in this stage are very susceptible to the Top Spin and are almost set up in such a way where they would be good to kill that way. That's a fun little transition through that first screen, by the way. I always love doing that. Oh god. Whew. And now we see our first meeting with Proto Man, who's going to give us a very painfully deadly pattern to deal with. Uh-oh, I'm going to get hit by that. This game lags a lot, by the way. A lot of Mega Man games do have a little bit of a lag problem, but especially like in these early titles, they kind of had an issue figuring out how many sprites they could get away with on screen and whatnot. Here's where he comes. Right up here. Okay, nope. I'm thinking about the other stage then. These guys right here, for example, I could use the top spin, hit those guys, and then land safely on the platform. Instead, I'm just going to do the cheese of triggering them from the platform beforehand and dealing with them that way. The This part upset me greatly as a child because I just didn't know how to properly handle this, and I would try to just stubbornly jump to each of them. And that is an express way to get yourself hit. Oh, I couldn't get the top spin while I was going through the door. He's gonna jump once, twice, and then he'll either slide or he'll do his shadow. But we're gonna kill him before he has a chance to really do any of that. His contact damage hurts like hell. Shadow Blade is basically the response of, oh, we made Metal Blade for Mega Man 2 just a little bit too powerful. How do we deal with that? They make you stand in place whenever you throw it, which I think that's the sad part about it. It doesn't go as far, and it costs a little bit more, but it's still a good weapon. Behold Sparkman's theme, best theme in the game. In a game with a lot of great themes. I think those guys take roughly 10 shots to kill, I can't remember. This first one is easy, the second one is a little bit worse. Oh, I messed up the cycle here. If you go through those quick enough, you don't have to worry about getting hit by those, but I obviously screwed that up. Wow, I've never shot one of those over that guy's head before. Alright, so this one kind of sucks, so we're just going to cheese through it. We expose a little bit of an issue with the Rush Jet in that in this game it doesn't consume energy unless you are actually on Rush Jet himself. So in this we can save a lot of Rush Jet energy just by jumping like a maniac. Whoops, that's not Spark Shot. Where are you, buddy? Oh wait, we're on Shadow Blade, my bad. I was on the right ability. It is always rough dealing with that. Oh god. Now see, the funny thing about Sparkman is he uses his ability a million times better than I'll be able to. Like, I don't know if you saw how much damage that one shot did to me. It is just absurd. And we do not get that ability at all. Like, whenever we get the Spark Shock, it stuns enemies, it freezes them in place, they still have a hitbox. The best part is to pretty much every enemy except things that are weak to it, it does 0 damage. I don't know if I would call it the worst weapon in the entire Mega Man roster, but it is putting up a very hard fight for that position. Speaking of hard, here's Hard Man. So these beasts suck, but fortunately, thanks to the magic of bullshit, we can despawn them. It is just a lot easier to do that than to deal with the amount of lag that they cause. There we go. Gotta go fast. Just keep holding up and that guy will throw it right past you. Got another construction guy coming up here. Bulldozer met. Go up for an E-tank. It's still easier just to despawn those, even though you're on really bad terrain for it, rather than actually having to deal with them. The only form of the Proto-Man fight that's even marginally difficult. And it's only because he has that platform and it's hard to actually, like, slide underneath him. Nah, won't take that life. So I don't know if I'll be able to necessarily do it, but we'll give it a shot. I'm going to show you why we call this guy Hard Man. I'm not going to make any attempt to dodge any of his attacks except for that one. Basically, he doesn't do enough damage, and I don't know if this is necessarily a bad design or not. As long as you don't get crushed by him, and you have a certain amount of life, you will be able to out-damage him with his hard knuckles. Quite the opposite of Sparkman. His hard punch is not very well used by he himself. Hard Knuckles a very hard-hitting ability. It's really strong, probably one of the stronger in the series, but it suffers from the problem of a very, very delayed startup time, and it just completely stops you in your tracks. It has some uses, and it'll probably get the most use out of any of the other weapons in this game for me. Also, shout out to Magnet Man for having an incredible beginning to his stage. I wish they made more use of these magnets in the actual game. If you play a lot of fan games, they'll make up really great puzzles out of that. Unfortunately, Magnet Man's stage suffers from the wonderful fun issue of having the Yoku blocks in them, which will be coming up here on shortly. And we deal with those the same way that we dealt with that one section in Sparkman's stage. We don't. To be honest, the Yoku pattern in this one isn't too bad. It's just the magnet areas that make it so rough, and I do think it is possible to completely avoid the magnet sections in the Yoku blocks, but it's just not worth it. And besides, switching to Rush Jet puts us right in the position to switch to Shadow Blade here really easily, which we will use all the way up until we get to the boss. Magnet Man does one of two things with his pattern. He will try to suck us towards him, or he will jump into the air and do that. And he dies in like 4 shots to the Spark Shock. The one enemy that is actually weak to the Spark Shock and takes damage from it. I really do feel bad for that weapon. I know what they were trying to do with it, it's just, they just didn't do a good job of it. I don't really know how they could have fixed it, though. Make it do some damage, I guess. Now here comes the part of the run where things get funky. I don't really do well with the Wily stages on this one. Oh, I'm sorry, the Doc Robot stages. Switch to Shadow Blade here for a reason that will become apparent right about now. Much like with the Metal Blade, if you throw the Shadow Blade while you're in the air, then you do not take the stopping penalty that it has, which is a godsend. Treat those platforms a lot like you would treat any sort of conveyor belts or ice in this in the Mega Man series of games. Just jump as often as you can, and you don't have time for the conveyors to have their effect on you. Alright, I'm pretty sure he's weak to Magnet Missile. We'll find out. Okay. And if not, he's weak enough to Magnet Missile. In the Doc Robot stages, we have to fight all the bosses from Mega Man 2. So in a way, I'm kind of getting my Mega Man 2 playthrough done in this game as well. Whoops. There we go. I'm taking a little bit more damage than I probably should through here. I'll take it a little bit more safe. This is a game where I'll oftentimes kind of forget about, you know, just kind of being a little bit conservative about health. In these trash sections, the best thing that you can do is just get through them quickly. Please don't be Quick Man. It's Quick Man. Of course it is. Don't remember what he's weak against? Hopefully Needle Cannon. Nope. Alright, we're gonna soak this life just figuring this out. It's Gemini Laser. And we have 2 E-Tanks, so if we have to, I'm definitely using them on Quick Man because fuck this guy. Well, I'm glad that I got hit by the, I'm glad I got hit by the boomerangs and not by him. His contact damage is just insane. There we go. I used to be into crimes. Oh no, you found me out. Sorry, I had to respond to something else. Just setting out a hit. Setting out a hit. I can speak tonight, I promise. The key to these porcupines is to kill them before they become real pricks on you. Uh-oh. I just realized I have no more lives right now. This is gonna be fun. Oh, I can fix that. Try not to use too much of that because I'm gonna need it later. The Game Grumps, crimes. The Game Grumps Dairy Queen bit is an amazing little thing. If you've never seen that, I recommend anybody here to go and watch that. Okay, I'm pretty sure this was Search Snake was his weakness. And just like real Airman, he's a real bitch to get through. Okay, it wasn't that. Was it Spark Shock? Oh god. I hope I picked up that extra life, and it's good that I did now. Okay, this is great. I don't remember what Airman's weakness is. And if I don't watch out, then I won't be able to defeat Airman. I'm absolutely picking up that life now. If I can jump correctly. I'm gonna go ahead and get this out. I'm gonna need it soon anyways. Like right now. Don't you disappear on me. There's plenty of energy refill, so I'm not super scared. I'm more scared that I don't know what Airman's weakness is. Let's see. Surely it's not Top Man. It's not Search Snake. I'm pretty sure it's Spark Shock now. Splash Man and Brash Man and Trash Man. Okay, it's Spark Shock. Alright. Oh god, this is bad. God damn it. That's fine, we can get the game over and that'll be whatever. Whoops, I should have hit continue. Someday I'll actually have just like a guide in front of me for which dock robots are weak against what, so that that doesn't happen. Someday, not today. Those usually don't give me as much of trouble. That's a bit concerning. I should have, in retrospect, just used one of my E-tanks for that. I'm gonna quit holding out on those. Okay, whoa. Those were some wonky physics for a moment. Alright, and here's why we wanted to save our Rush Jet. Which I'm going to save that one for later. So fun fact about Mega Man 3, I mentioned it's not completely glitch-free. If you're at the top of the stage and you jump, you'll sometimes actually hit the kill box at the bottom of the stage, because you'll kind of wrap around. Which will leave you wondering, why did I die? Actually expect me to... Well, I guess they did expect you to kind of do that. Now we fight a boss. This was kind of temporarily alluded to at the beginning of Needleman's stage at the beginning, because you can actually see his helmet poking out. 3 shots on those cannons, you can't hit them until their shield opens up, but it's surprisingly lenient on that. He's gonna get out. There we go, we made it. I think this is gonna be Woodman, I'm not sure. Nope, Crashman. I think he's the top spin. Okay. Does he have a secondary weakness? Oh yeah, he does. And there's my clutch of the night right there, so now I won't have to do it for the rest of the night. It's gonna happen, but I don't have to. So this game, rather than having a series of like 8 Dr. Wily stages, this game instead chooses these Doc Robot stages. We go through 4 of these and then we go through the Doc Wily castle. I thought those guys climbed up. Color me surprised. Oh no. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the first time that happens in this entire playthrough. Those fires, whenever they are down on the ground, you are able to jump over them if you can time it to where the top of your jump arc is above them. Not falling for the second time. In a little bit of continuity, this area is already kind of shelled out from where Proto Man bombed it earlier. Just lure him down there, and then we can just do this. Oh, nice. 1 up to make up for that stupid loss I had a second ago. I don't remember the order of any of these Doc robots, so I'm not even gonna guess this. Flashman. I think he's Shadow Blade. Calling back to his Metal Man weakness. Nope. Not it. He's not gonna be oh, he's this. No, he's not. I lied. The hell is your weakness then? Needle? Oh yeah, it's Needle. Okay, so we don't get a health refill after all of the Doc robots. I might pop an E-Tank later, though. But we do get our first debut of Rush Marine. I can't, unfortunately, do the same trick in Rush Marine that I can do with the Rush Jet. But it's also not entirely needed. The Marine section is very short because even Megaman level developers realize that having a full underwater level like that, where a tool is necessary, would be absurd. Just waiting for him to spawn. I may be trying to hold out that they're going to give me some energy, but I'm also not waiting terribly long. I'm pretty sure this is going to be Bubble Man, who I think is actually the Shadow Blade. Anytime that you are on level with Bubble Man, he will fire at you. We're just doing that for safety. I'm not taking another game over on this. I think it would have been fine, I'm just not sure. Alright, one more Doc Robot stage. Oh man, that is closer to those spikes than I wanted to be. This part is designed to scare you. If you just climb and drop on the ladders without touching your left and right, you're completely fine. Again, I love the continuity of this area already being blown open from the Proto Man fight. I'm gonna try to do this section legit. Those platforms are very annoying. I'm not gonna do this one legit. This one's fine up until about this point, and then you start to get really just terrified of everything. Alright, so Needle Cannon was Flash Man. I believe Woodman is either Hard Punch or Search Snake. It's Search Snake. Oh god, and unlike actual Woodman, you don't get telegraphs for his attack. So let's just take an already undodgeable attack and make it even more difficult to deal with. Oh wow. Search Snakes don't damage him, but they damage the Bola. That is actually amazing. Mono, what is your favorite bit of continuity? Aw, that was wholesome. Took a little bit to get to the response there, but that's 30-second delay for you. Oh no. I think he's top man. He sure is. Luckily, it only takes 4 hits to kill him. Top spin, whenever it works, is incredibly scary strong. It's just that it doesn't work on everything. Okay, now we fight someone who is most assuredly not Proto Man, even though he has that whistle. There we go. Oh no, right after we... Oh yeah, there was supposed to be a story in this game. You're actually technically supposed to be working with Dr. Wily, and these robots are supposedly his own robots that have just gone insane. He reveals afterwards that Oh, it was Dr. Wily all along, to everyone's surprise. That is a trait that is not going to happen in any other game in the series. Although Wily had a lot of faith in his top robot because he put them in his final castle. Here comes a little Mega Man 1 throwback. I don't remember if those are the same model or not, but still a nice throwback nonetheless. We're not going to worry about getting that life. Or that E-Tank. Because we should be fine through the rest of the game. Famous last words. Yeah, I remember this guy being a bit of a punk. Oh well, we'll just rush jet over him. Asshole. Oh good, we needed rush jet anyways, because I'm not doing this. I will, however, grab some of that. Okay, this is Shadow Blade. I think if I had better Doc Robot luck, I probably would be a little bit less worried about, I don't think I'm going to be able to ring in the new year quite with, the game that I wanted to. Because I've got 2 more games on the roster before that game, and I have less time on those games now to do it now that I've hit the top of the hour again. That way I believe leads up to an E-Tank, but we're not going to go for that. Oh, it was an extra life. I should have went for it, but oh well. Oh boy. Okay, I was gonna think about just leaving those guys and running through them, but I think I'm just gonna despawn them this time. Let's go get that extra life! Maybe that's what this was the entire time, was just me wanting to go and get this life. Uh-oh. Well, I'm not going all the way around for it again. I don't want it that badly. Okay, yeah, those were spawning in a lot more forgivable places than I was giving them credit for. We're gonna leave that, because if I need to redo this section, I don't want to have to worry about that. Aw, that's just teasing me. Rush, I need you to not get stuck on those platforms. I'll pick up 2 of these for you. Yellow Devil fight. There's 2 ways to go about this. I'm going to use the intended weakness until I panic. For any Yellow Devil fight, at least like the traditional ones, just look for the bottom rows, the bottom 2 rows. This one does something a little bit different that we're going to see here on this second run through. And also, I'm going to go ahead and switch to the other strategy for this. We'll take one more hit. Now we'll energy tank. We've got 5 of them, for Christ's sakes. So his weakness is the hard punch, but I also just prefer to just get up in his face with the Shadow Blade. You can actually get into his hitbox. I just didn't have the energy to do that, and that would have killed him even faster. Plus, I want to save my hard punch energy for some of the final bosses. This track right here is probably one of my personal favorite in the game. It just has such a nice foreboding kind of sound to it. Some Megaman jumps, as I remember them being dubbed in my Megaman Super Fighting Robot run. Take that insurance. I'm dying a lot more on this run than I usually do, but I kind of think it's just because I haven't played this game in a million years. As long as I don't have Rust on 6, that's the one I actually care about. Those sections are a little bit scary, but whatever. We'll get through them. Alright. He's always gonna spawn on the top one first. And we just fucking melt the shit out of him with Search Snake. I don't know if he always spawns at the top, but every single time that I've fought him, he has. So until I see something that suggests otherwise, I think that is the case. These guys are bullshit. That is the first time that I think I've legitimately ever dodged one of those. Like, this guy right here puts Gutsman to shame. And now we're at the refights. Goodness, Megaman. Just give so few shits about him that you don't even look at him. Whiffing with Gemini Laser is probably the worst thing to ever happen in life. Oh no, I was turned the wrong way. Jump! Yes! I think that's like the one Robot Master I'm actually somewhat worried about. Him and Shadow Man, actually, now that I think about it. That is the worst attack because it just takes him so long to get through. You can hitbox porn him, it's just, it's not worth it most of the time. There we go. I'll take the hit that time. He gave me like the worst pattern ever for that. It's better if he jumps up into the air and hits you like that. I figured that was gonna happen. Gemini Man's rough until you get rid of his clone. We have like a million lives to work with though, I'm not worried. give me Shadow Man next. Alright, we'll actually use Hardman's weakness, which is the Magnet Missile. Making Hardman very easy. Oh no. Don't do this to me, Top Man. This is always a scary moment. You think that you've soft-locked the game, but it's just, whenever you kill him with the hard punch like that, you have to wait until all of the particles disappear. Oh god, and right there was case in point with him draining every bit of the thing. Oh god, this is the worst. I hate when he does that. Well, I probably didn't need to use an E-Tank there, but whatever. I was not having that. It'll be fine. We'll have a chance to restore that before we need it again. And now, Snake Man is technically weak to the Needle Cannon. Kinda got lucky on the shots there, but whatever. Okay, and here is where we're gonna absolutely fill up the top spin. Get even more refills for top spin here, and we'll also need to get some for the hard punch. This is another place where you could easily just spam a shitload of Shadow Blades in him. Still just a little bit easier to hard punch him in both phases. An unknown little feature with the hard punch is you can actually aim it up whenever you use it. Okay, now I'm actually going to switch over to Shadow because... Whew! That was close. Nice little clutch. That one wasn't quite as clutch. For 4 health points, we can do better than that. Oh, by the way, that was not real Wily. So I need to put a few points into Shadow Blade here. Doing a little Lekman jump to get that. I think I'm fine on E-Tanks. I shouldn't need any more of those. Top this off just to be absolutely certain. But for right now, we're just going to switch to this. You know literally nothing about Mega Man games. You kill 8 Robot Masters. It's definitely not Dr. Wily all along. And then you defeat Dr. Wily. Repeat for about 8 games in the series, and be an amazing series. And that is the long and short of it. We're doing this switch just so I can get the jet back out. Oh no, Rush, don't spawn up there. Thank you. And now with some luck... Uh-oh, that's not luck. Uh-oh, gosh darn it. Punch, we get up here. think that's the first time in forever that I've actually missed that. And god damn it, Rush. You are being the worst doggo ever right now. Whoops. Here we go. I've got a good feeling about this one. Nope. Oh god, this is the worst. Should have taken damage from that. Well, that was easier without the jump. I feel like I've always done the rush jet jump on there. I've never done that way before, I don't think. Oh well, we got that one down. It wouldn't be a Mega Marathon stream if I didn't choke at least one point during the run. What a good place to do it besides the first game. I'm a little bit over time on this one, so I'm going to go ahead and switch over to Mega Man 4 so I can hopefully make back up some lost time with this. Long story short, it was Proto Man all along. So we'll quit. Sorry about the loudness here. For some odd reason, the menu sound is very loud. We'll just keep moving right along with Mega Man 4. This is the first game that introduced the charge shot, which in this game it was actually pretty well balanced. It's a little bit small, but it still gets the job done. It makes fighting Robot Masters a little bit more interesting. It makes general level navigation a little bit more interesting. I think this is the most life drops that I've seen in the game since the last time that I did a marathon on them. Usually in Mega Man 5 is where all those drop, but whenever I marathon, for some odd reason, they drop a little bit less. Alright, we're actually going to use Rush Coil right here. Whoops, there we go. We unlock a couple of items similar to Mega Man 2. The item, I believe, 1 was the propeller platform. And that's what this one is. It's just a balloon in this game. Whenever those guys' eyes open, that's kind of your signal to jump. Gotta let that one drop just a little bit. Just kill him before it becomes an issue. Pharaohman's gonna jump through the air, and he's either going to jump and throw spheres, or he's going to stand on the ground and charge up his charge shot. What we want him to do is to never stop charging up his charge shot at me. And he is being a jerk today. Wow! That is the first time he has ever done a pattern like that. He just was not giving me a break. Here we go. Now, this is how the fight should look a little bit closer to. Jeez, he did not want to give me a good pattern for that at all. He's not even the robot master that I'm scared of in this game, so that's really boding well to me finishing this in a good amount of time. If I would have thought a little bit ahead on this, I would have had like a counter somewhere on the screen for when New Year's was. Oh well. I'll try to pick it out, but we're not gonna have like a countdown or anything. I'm just gonna probably scream Happy New Year's at some point. Jeez. Thank you for the extra lives, but come on. This is supposed to be a Mega Man game. I guess it feels bad for giving me such weird random luck with all of these, like, just weird patterns and stuff like that. Don't slide on that one. That is a trick that they want you to do so that you end up falling off. As you can see, like, even if I take hit stun damage, like, that's usually enough to stay on those things even whenever they're just about off of you. And now we fight the scariest boss of them all. Hippo on a platform, who is so scary, I don't even want to fight him. The one quirk to the charge shot in this game is, in order for it to work, you have to have already shot a buster shot, which can be a little bit confusing at times. You can't attack this guy until he unleashes his rings. He's got somewhat of a timing to it. I just got lucky there a lot. That's the easy one. Hippo Part 2. But as I've said before, I'm scared of hippos, so we're just gonna not do him. Now, you would be led to believe that there would be, like, really good secrets up there. I think there's, like, an E-tank and maybe, like, some health items or something like that. But it's really not worth the price of admission to go there. Uh-oh. That is a scary jump just because it kind of puts you right at the very tip of your jump arc. Now here's where we're going to have to fight the second of these ring boys. Oh, I'm out of sync with the pattern. There we go. A couple of charge shots does them in well. I don't know if you can sequence through those by damage boosting, but I just never take the chance with it. A little bit worried about using the Pharaoh shot at this low health on him, but we'll see how it goes. You can charge up the Pharaoh shot. He's gonna jump. Uh-oh. Damn it. Oh well, we've got enough to finish him off now. I probably would have had it if I was just a little bit more spammy with it. Out of any Mega Man Robot Master in this game, this is the one that gives me the worst trouble. There we go, we got him. Hello there, Cat Madison. I don't know if you ever hear a cat in the background, that's just my adorable cat, named Madison. The ring weapon in this game is pretty great. Overall, I enjoy it quite a lot. It's got a good little piercing effect to it. Whoops, this wasn't the intended order. I just got ahead of myself. Oh well, we'll keep going. Gives me a chance to savor that good old Dustman stage theme. So these guys kind of showcase the use of the charge shot. If you just use a regular pellet on them, I don't know if they eventually will die, but they definitely don't whenever you do it initially. So like they kind of show off that, hey, you have to use your charge buster to take out some enemies. Okay, I need to let go of this charge shot right now. Alright, that'll make this a little bit less scary. If we go over that way, there is another life that we can pick up. I think it's either a life or an E-tank. But we'll go ahead and showcase the rings. Because this part right here is what they are practically built for. They have a larger kind of radius than the Buster does. They're supposed to be able to pick up items as well, but I didn't see that happening there. They still don't do jack shit to those guys. Can he fucking snipe me with that? Since we're fighting Skullman without weakness, we'll just go ahead and not take any chances and grab that. Skullman, much like Needleman, is a gentleman, and he will not shoot initially. He waits for you to make the first shot. He doesn't really use his skull barrier to the fullest extent, though. That's the one criticism I have about this shield-based boss. His buster hurts like hell, though, to the point where I'm going to go ahead and pop this just so I don't have to do this fight over again from scratch. Well, that was a waste of an E-tank, but whatever. We got that one for free, basically. Alright, so now we can go back to Dustman's stage. That's where we should have went with the rings. Fortunately, we were silly. This stage introduces these enemies, which appear on the edge of platforms. I'm going to die to these in later stages, and possibly even this stage. So please look forward to that. Let's see. Oh god, here's the big eye equivalents in this game. Take a lot more hits because they kind of expect you to have the charge shot. I've tried to go over those a little bit faster than this before, and every time that I've done that, it's ended up biting me in the ass over it, so I just take that a little bit safer now. The idea there is if you don't dig fast enough, you get crushed, and it makes me sad. And now we get to a super fun part where I'm going to dig these out entirely. Met almost actually got the best of me by pushing me into a crusher. That Met actually takes about 4 shots to kill, and he will spin around and shoot at you. Which is the first time that a Met in a Mega Man game has taken more than 1 hit to kill. So I guess like the weakness concept here is Dustman has a vacuum on his back and you're throwing rings into it, which just royally fucks it up. He's going to do one of two attacks. He's either going to shoot trash at us, or he's going to suck. Whenever he shoots trash at you, all you have to do is just jump at the correct time, which I demonstrated sometimes. Alright, now we go to Dive Man. I just realized how quickly I'm just blowing through the Robot Masters in this game. So yeah, I think that this game right here, Mega Man 4, this is the game where, like, they kind of peaked out on... They didn't have to make anything really new with it, they just needed to perfect the existing kind of mechanics. Oh god. I didn't jump off the edge there. The lag in this game is not the worst in the world, not the best, but I mean, like, they definitely did a ton better than Mega Man 3 by a country mile. Alright, let's not make that same mistake again, please. Would have liked it if you would have given me a life there, but whatever. I don't really even need to kill the big eyes there, I just kind of do it out of principle. Hope you like this segment, because we're gonna see it more than once. And that's assuming I don't just fuck up and die. Oh no, I fell into a pit. Pretty much if you've seen one of those spike pits, you've basically seen them all. They go through a very similar amount of gimmick where you pretty much will always like see them fall in a cycle of some sort like that. Fall to the left, fall to the right, and then like the next two screens are just straight down. If you're playing a fan game though, don't be deceived. Because fan games know that you're doing that and will sometimes move to trick you. I can't think of any right off the top of my head that have done that, but I feel like I have played at least one where that's happened. I forgot this isn't Mega Man 9, where in Splash Woman stage those come to life and come after you. I'm super not confident about this, so I'm just gonna buster him this time around because I absolutely expect to die. The trick with Dive Man is if he ducks down and doesn't open his mouth, he's going to charge you. If he ducks down and his mouth opens, he shoots missiles at you. God. And And as long as you stay on the ground and just spam Buster at him, he's not too bad. Just don't get hit. Just dodge, smiley face. I'm not gonna lie, that is the first time in a long while that I've actually busted him down. And I only almost screwed up one time. But yeah, Mega Man 4 is a game that I have a lot of love for. I think that the music itself is, like, almost alone, like, enough to kind of just hold out on its own for the game. The idea is that an evil doctor, Dr. Cossack, is now trying to take over the world instead of Dr. Wily. And as a result, now you're trying to fight through his robot masters. We're going for it. Well, I was gonna say that jump is far scarier than it looks, and that is exactly why. Good thing we picked up an extra life, so that whenever I died getting the extra life, I wouldn't lose a life. It's unfortunate, but it's whatever. Those batons actually take a lot more life than you would think they would. That jump's a little bit easier than the one where the free man comes in. What's your jump height here? I actually don't know if you can physically jump high enough to get hit by those, but I don't want to find out. Well, there we go. Hey, look, that life that we got just paid off. I'll show off the wire ability because there's like one other time in the run that that'll be used. Wire would be fun, it's just, it takes 2 separate hits to activate it, and that ruins almost any weapon. You have to aim up, and then he'll fire it straight up, but you can't aim it to the side. Now we put Skull Barrier good into use here. Use nearly the entire thing to get straight to Drill Man. I definitely didn't almost forget his name. That is actually one of the easier fights I've had with him. He has a tendency to want to stay on your ass really hard sometimes. I guess he's just into that. I must have sacrificed all of my Mega Man 3 luck for all this Mega Man 4 luck that I've been having with not having the correct weakness and all of that. Because what good game would be complete without a sewer level? When you're on the ground, you run at normal speed, but whenever you jump into the air, you take significantly reduced movement speed. Which is why jumps like that are scary. I just waited for the hit stun on that. I absolutely did not want to lose another life to falling backwards into a pit, which is probably my most common way that I lose lives besides botching simple jumps. The sewer water there acts as sort of a conveyor, and if you saw me jump during that, oh god, the lag of that little energy pellet just caused me to die. Rip. Like I said, missing simple jumps. That is my weakness. I'll just do a little bit of hurry up, man. Oh, man. Well, if I game over, at least I'll start out with a fresh set of lives. Oh no, I didn't game over. The temptation is strong, too. See, now is a time where I could really afford one of these enemies dropping a 1-up to appease and make up for how dumb I was a second ago with that other jump. I'm not falling for it that time. It's okay. It'll happen to me later. You scamp, you jumped over my shot. This first snail is really easy. The second snail is where it gets real. That's when all snail breaks loose. I don't remember what weapon actually works well against the snail. I should try to experiment with that sometime off stream and figure out which one works best. Please, just kill him. For the love. Oh, that is good. Oh no. And that's gonna be game over right there. No. That's fine. We'll just play responsibly now. I'm not gonna lie, that jump scared the shit out of me. I stopped for a second to make absolutely sure he wasn't going to drop like an energy or something like that. That would lag me out of the jump. Okay, we're gonna try to use, we'll try Dust on these and see what happens, because Dust is a generally powerful ability. Not too impressed with his performance right now, though. Took me about as long as to do it with that as it did anything else. I have a feeling Drill might be a little bit more powerful, but I just don't want to take that chance either. Let's try Ring. Well, we can get a couple of multi-hits on him. Okay, Rings do a decent amount, but still not much better than doing it with Buster. Okay. I will not botch my jump. Oh, that was nice of you. Okay, so all we need is some good luck on Toadman. So I would normally do this trick with the Buster, but given I game overed, as well as the fact that I just don't want to take the chance, when he puts his hands up, shoot him. Don't shoot any time, besides that, or else he'll try to jump after you and actually have a boss pattern. There we go. So I could have did a little comedic bit where I go, oh, this boss is extremely difficult, and just kept shooting with the blaster over and over, but I decided, after game overing, I should probably not do that. I've pretty much accepted the fact that I'm definitely not getting to the game I wanted to end the stream on before the new year starts. If there's going to be a stage that's going to absolutely murder the shit out of me, it's going to be this one. We have some really scary platforming in this stage. We also have just a lot of this little stuff right here that we're going to have to deal with later on. Boss patterns are for nerds. Yeah, he's one of the few robot masters that is just like, no, I'm gonna do the pattern my way and you can't stop me. I don't give a shit if it's a bad pattern. Whenever my attack hits you, you're fucked. We could go down there for some extra goodies. We're just gonna go onwards to victory. My little grasshopper friends. As we make sure that we get onto the correct grasshopper, because if we don't, then we get taken back, and that is not good. Oh god, that was scary. That's cool. I didn't know that the charge sound stopped whenever you did it like that. So here comes the scary part. Especially now that I've knocked out the lights. Oh god. And I am not in a good position at all for this. Okay, thank you. That was nice of him. So we don't want to land on those platforms because it is the worst. And they knock me off the rush jet. Just bob and weave. Alright, come on, just end it. We made it. We're in there. Alright. This boss is programmed to use his Bright Flash at certain intervals. But rather than just jumping straight to his weakness, we're we're gonna hit him once, and then we'll get out the Toad Flush. So the bad news is this boss is still scary as hell, to the point where I'm actually gonna fucking pop one of these bad boys. And I'm actually gonna have to finish him off with the Buster because I paused whenever I used that E-Tank. Brightman is probably the robot master in this game that I am the absolute most scared of. Ringman is a little bit difficult because he does high contact damage and he runs around after you a lot, but Brightman will just generally fuck you up. And the fact that the Rain Flush is his weapon is just the worst. Alright, now we go through the Cossack stages, which have amazing music. Also behold the Slinkies of Doom. Dr. Wily in Megaman 3 hired the top guys to guard the outside of his castle. Dr. Cossack decided, nah, Slinkies will do. I'm letting go of the charge. Oh, thank you. I'll need that later. So remember those guys from the platforms from Dustman's stage? This is where they usually fuck me over. There's one other place that they show up, and the fun part is I don't remember where those are. Oh god. Almost got booty blasted by a fucking bone. That last one's a little bit less of a scare because you're just so high up that it doesn't matter. And here's where our balloon comes in handy. Uh-oh. We made it. I need to save some of this balloon for the last little leg of this. Right here. Take some intentional hit damage from that. That is an entire puzzle just going through that, and it's just not worth it. This first boss is weak against Pharaoh's Shot. I lied. This first boss is not weak against Pharaoh's Shot. This giant ladybug is weak against the rings. From the ring. Yeah, it's 10:53 here right now, and I've still got like 3 more Cossack stages, and then like 4 more stages after that. I am not getting through this game before the top of the hour. And my record on the on Mega Man 6 is about like 45 minutes on my absolute best run, so I'm not going to be getting through this before the New Year's for sure. It's all good. It was a wishful thinking more than an actual concern. We don't need to pick that up on this particular trip. We do need to be a little bit careful here because that comes up. And that is not good. Those platforms are deceptive, but they're not actually, they're not the kill you kind of spikes. They just do a lot of damage. We'll go ahead and use the wire here if we can get that baton tom. To just fuck off, please. There we go. There are times that I'll use that baton to hit the spikes and damage boost through there, but I didn't feel like using the boost to get through. Look at all those items I could collect. Look at that item I definitely will collect. Almost any adversity in this game I'm not too terribly worried about, but having lives to do it is the thing that I'm the most worried about. Oh yeah, this is an annoying boss. Where is my dust? There it is. Oh, he's just gonna start out and let me do it right from the get-go. Wait, is that a glitch? So normally he has to do like 3 passes on here. I'm gonna try to do this just I'm curious. Yeah, I think we might have skipped a pattern with that. I never knew that was a thing. Oh man. Let me at least get 1 hit on him this cycle. Okay, so he would be passing through right now. Second pass, let's see if this works. Nope. Maybe I just got really good RNG on those last 2. Or really bad RNG, however you want to look at it. Alright, we've got like 2 more passes of this guy. Yeah, I think we just got lucky on that first one. I thought he had to at least do it like 3 times, but maybe I'm just imagining things. Uh-oh. I don't like how low my health is on this. Luckily, even if I have to redo this boss, I've got enough Dust Crusher to do it easily. Okay, we're fine. Because what Mega Man game would be complete without an auto-scroller? I couldn't quite thread the needle on that. We'll refill our dust. That's a little bit more needed. Go ahead and fill up our balloon. Actually, our jet's probably more important. We're almost through the first auto-scroller. Okay. Just don't want to deal with those guys right now. The rings pretty much destroy any of the buzzsaws. I actually don't want those to carry me too high. I'm a little bit worried they're going to carry me off the stage. Mega Man fights through 8 robot masters, gets defeated by geometry. But they spend all this time teaching you this little gimmick because there's a point coming up right here where they make it a point that you really waste your time on that. This is the Pharaoh Shot boss. This boss is a little bit annoying just because, oh god. Well, he just saved my life is what he did. Oh no. Oh god. I messed up and I slid off the platform. Oh god, it starts you back here? That is the worst. I was hoping I could damage boost off of him again before he did that. Well, the good news is we'll have a chance, hopefully, to refill some of our Pharaoh Shot, because I very methodically did not get this. Alright, we should be fine on that. If I see another energy pickup, I'll switch and fill it up. Dr. Cossack, you don't even need to send robot masters after me, just give me a platform of spikes and I'll do it to myself. It's kind of annoying that it doesn't save you right here, though. I guess there might be some weird loading issue or something. Okay. Oh, that's why that ended up happening to me last time. Because I was trying to jump while holding the charge and throwing it downwards. It's okay, we made it through. Now we can fight Dr. Cossack and end this entire nightmare. We are T-minus 58 minutes to the new year. At least here on the East Coast. I'm gonna go ahead and switch to Pharaoh because there's gonna be energy collecting to do here. And I absolutely do need it. Not that badly. I actually am gonna stop for this energy tank because I want to have at least one of them. I don't remember this stage being too long. Just gotta deal with a couple of batons. Batom-toms. Weird spinny. Aha, this was the other place they show up. Nice try, fuckboy. There's that life I lost from dying to spikes like an idiot. Okay, let's see if I can fill up my Pharaoh Shot off of these. That's fine. we're getting close to the boss gate now. I've said that like 3 times now. Here we go. I can't remember exactly what this boss is weak against. I feel like it was the dust, though. You can technically use the wire on him as well, but it's a lot less effective. Oh yeah, that's the weakness. Come on, hit him, and one more. And we've got him. Oh wow, I'm invisible. And as you would expect, it was Dr. Wily all along. I cannot read your username or your comment. I hope it was a nice comment, and if so, then thank you very much, I appreciate it. So now we have to do 4 Wily stages. Just gonna kill these Met enemies right here. Dispose of a few more Mets throughout this area. That was one of the beefier ones. Now there's going to come up a section right here where I'm going to have to destroy a Met. That one's in a little bit of a tricky place, but there's a life right there to get. Another little tough Met to deal with. And then we get to this water section where we're going to have to deal with a couple of underwater Mets. Oh god, that was close. I almost made good use of that life. But luckily we just shot through some Mets and got through it. I'd like you to be holding a Yoku block section that I will not be doing. I'd like you to be holding another Yoku block section that I will not be doing. Oh, that was close. That almost ended very badly. Okay, I do need to get some energy back for Dust. He was just hiding right behind that Met. I'm not gonna mess with him. Defeat that Diver Met, and then get that energy tank. So that should be all the E-tanks that I need throughout the run. The game just felt bad for killing me so many times and just gave me a bunch of extra lives, which I'm appreciative of. Uh-oh, not a place I want to be stuck. Just open up your helmet one more time, you jackass. And we got him. That was scary. There's my clutch of this game, although that's still a 4 energy. We can still do much better than that. It just occurred to me that I have had myself muted for a little bit, so that's fine. I wasn't saying anything too terribly of value. One of the things that I definitely did just finish talking about was that last boss and just the pain that it gave me to deal with. Oh, well, that's just lovely. Fortunately, this isn't the worst boss to bust her down. Just kind of has an annoying hitbox for where to hit him at. I just looked over at the stream and it was telling me, your audio bit rate is a lot lower than we would expect it to be. And I was like, oh, that's because I forgot to hit the unmute button whenever I was taking a drink of water. I guess I'd rather that than have the loud sounds of my awful water bottle kind of going through the stream. That would be the worst. Alright, we definitely need to refill up on Ring. Just because I'll definitely need this life at this point. Oh, that was totally fair. At least they were nice enough to give me some life to make up for it. Once I make it through the first Robot Master, I'll be good on life anyways. just a small little note as we're kind of coming up here on the end of this game. After I finish this game, I'm going to turn on Mega Man 6, and I'm going to take a quick AFK. Then we'll go straight into Mega Man 6 after that. The way that I'm kind of doing that is I'm basically trying to just bait him into kind of jumping here on the left side. You just wait a certain amount of time and then he'll do it. Goodness. Drillman's kind of annoying because he likes to jump into the ground, and whenever he does that, he becomes invincible for a short period of time. But we'll just go ahead and deal with that. No worries. Alright, we've hit him once. Say goodbye to Toad Flush. Because after this, we're never using it again. We could use it to soft lock the game. But, as a wise scientist once said, fuck that. Okay, Skullman, I need you to hold on for just a second while I switch to your weakness, please. As he makes a death charge towards me. Now we actually get to kill Dive Man the proper way. He's gonna charge directly at me as soon as this wears off. That one got a little bit scary because of the contact damage. I was being a little bit confident with him, though. Speaking of confidence, big Toadman energy coming out right here. I'm only going to hit him with a couple of these because I do want to save my ammunition a little bit. That should do it. Just bully him into submission. I think this is our last use of ring. Dustman gave us a little bit of a better pattern there just because he didn't go invulnerable and try to suck us. Only Robot Master I'm actually worried about. But we can just deal with him and just get over it. Frowman gets a little bit easier because of being on a flat platform, but I haven't actually shown off what Brightman does. It makes the fight a little bit boring because we basically just spam this on him until he dies. And we'll let him finish jumping. There we go. I don't know what you're saying, but I agree with you. Alright, I think this is going to be the last use of our ring weapon. Because the hitbox on that is pure garbage. I'm going to use an E-Tank here, because I do not want to have to redo that phase with how little ring I've got left. The trick on this boss is you have to fire the drills and then detonate them. So if I use the Rain Flush right here, I would soft lock the game because I would kill his Wily Pod. You could technically say that I beat the game because I defeated Wily, but realistically, that wouldn't be the case. And once again, I'm not going to be beating my Mega Man 6 record to get to the New Year's to finish that game in time. So, like, even if I use that as the cop-out, let's just see the final boss. Mega Man 4 was one of the first games to introduce the Wily capsules. Now, we need to be careful about killing these guys because I do need to get enough energy to deal with their stuff. How's my Pharaoh shot looking? Not good. So here comes the frustrating part where if I was low on lives, I would just game over and get a continue and fill up on my energy for that, but I didn't, so... They were gracious enough to leave these enemies here that constantly respawn to drop ammunition for us. Unconveniently, these guys don't like to drop ammunition. I'll take it. I need every little bit I can get. If I were just a little bit more responsible, I would have handled this in such a way where I didn't use as much of my Pharaoh shot. Or I would have tried to refill that, like, as immediately as I possibly could have. Just give me one big energy, please. Okay, there we go. I think that'll do it. Oh no, that wasn't Pharaoh. God damn it. No. I was one off. Normally wouldn't worry too much about this because I could just brute force the capsule, but the unfortunate thing is this capsule, he's really, really particular about not showing up. That's not what I needed at all, you asshole. Come on. Just get me out of this hellhole. We need to make absolutely sure the next energy drop that we get is Pharaoh. Oh, whew. Okay, Pharaoh. Alright, we're good. Anything else that we collect along the way? Yes, now we're great. Let's go kill us a Wily. Case in point about him not liking to take damage. I'm just gonna hold it. Oh, we're gonna E-tank that up because fuck doing this again. Not gonna go for that shot again. And we got him. I might have been able to have done that with the energy that I had. Similar to last time, I'm just going to, in the interest of time, just go ahead and skip through the ending credits and get to Mega Man 6. I'm going to let that intro play through while I go take care of some AFK things really quickly. So let me go ahead and do that. And I will be right back momentarily. Alright, I'm back. We'll jump straight into this. Mega Man 6 is probably one of my all-time favorite of the Mega Man games. I understand that it has flaws, and I fully acknowledge those. Some things that this game did well, compared to Mega Man 5, this game is a godsend, because Mega Man 5 is just so not good. Disadvantages is whenever you use your slide attack now, you're no longer able to jump immediately out of it. You have to kind of cancel your slide by another jump input. Aside from that, your charge shot now, whenever you are trying to hold your charge shot, if you take damage while you're holding it, you lose the charge shot. I was going to take contact damage there. I was actually worried I was going to take contact damage on the other side too. If I weren't in a time crunch, I would try to just... There's a way that you can jump on those where you don't have to wait for them to flip over, but we're not going to take that chance. I have not practiced that anywhere near enough for it to be good. We will, however, grab that. I'd rather spend a little bit of time lost getting that than I would having to redo an entire level due to game overing, which I'll probably have to do anyways. There's a way that you can time that to where you can slide directly under him and not have to worry about that. Performance-wise, this game handles relatively overall pretty well. It does have a little bit of a lag issue here and there. Take that while they're handing them out for free. But for the most part, they improve the graphics a whole lot to the point where it doesn't really matter. Windman has a generic rotation here. He's going to try to suck, because what wind-based Robot Master would be complete without sucking? He's going to try to smash me. He's going to throw his wind turbines at me in a very, thankfully, predictable pattern. I actually had the screen right here as my profile picture for the longest time. This next stage that I'm going to is the one that I'm the most worried about, because this is the one that I want to screw up the least. Not because of like any sort of like I want to do perfect at it or anything, but just this stage when performed correctly just goes so smoothly. There's a couple of other stages that have some really risky strats, and these aren't really risky. It's just it's fun whenever you get the desired effect, and I've already messed it up. That part went pretty smoothly, though. Whenever they drop the fire there, that pretty much sets it up to where you basically instantly die. It turns it into a spike pit. These platforms move a set amount of distance whenever you hit them. You can't really stop the spike pit from happening there. You could if you had weapons, but it's just not worth it. That part's always fun to nail down correctly. Whoops, didn't jump in time for that. These guys throw fire, which they kind of give you this little oil patch right here. They will throw the fire into the oil and do the same thing as the other guys. We're definitely going for the E-Tank because, again, not taking any chances. I'd rather take a 2-second time loss than I would having to repeat an entire stage because I ran out of health. Oh no. Speaking of dying and losing an entire stage. Okay, we were at a pretty forgiving spot for that. Usually that guy right there that I just killed a second ago, that's the one that usually gets me. Now Flame Man and a lot of enemies in this game in particular suffer from one small issue. They like to pogo stick a lot. Also, the Robot Masters in this game have a significantly longer invulnerability frame period than some of the other games, which is just weird. It's not as, it's definitely not as short as Mega Man 3, but it's a little bit longer than Mega Man 4's as well. I think that's another thing that kind of carried over from the move from Mega Man 5, honestly. Now that we have Flame Man's weapon, we can go to Blizzard Man, because what fire or ice-based robot would exist in a Mega Man game that wasn't weak to one or the other? That is a scary jump, but I always love landing that. There's a segment we're coming up on here pretty soon, which I always dub the why Flame Blast is one of the most broken weapons in Mega Man 6. Coming up rapidly on that place. Behold the mid-boss. Farewell, mid-boss. Got a little bit lucky with energy drops there. We're going all the way, baby. God. Oh man, I was not lined up for the ladder there correctly. That almost ended poorly. It would have also been one of the, I wouldn't say the first time ever. Definitely not a good place to do that at. But yes, Flame Blast. It's a pretty cheap move, it only uses 1 energy per shot. Very powerful, has a decent arc to it. There's not a lot of weaknesses to it, honestly. I see Blizzard Man has decided that he's not going to use his Blizzard attack as much on me today. Which is fine. We'll just take him out in just short order. Makes things easier on me. We get the Blizzard attack, which is so good that I'm probably not even going to use it for anything besides like the 2 enemies that actually take damage from it. The big problem with Blizzard attack is since it starts behind you, it's really hard to get a good idea of where to shoot it at. Remember the jumpers from Megaman 3? They're back in those little yellow jumpers. There we go. That's about how that other one should have looked. Oh, except for that part. I didn't get up the ladder fast enough. Give me something good. Okay, just makes up for the health I lost from him. Let's see why Flame Blast is overpowered, part 2. Hello, mid-boss. Goodbye, mid-boss. Had a moment of terror there. I thought I was holding the jump button whenever I shouldn't have. Now, unfortunately, the Flame Blast can't really open up those platforms, so that is sadly where the utility of it kind of diminishes. Actually, kind of... I feel like I need to kind of reevaluate. Okay, no. We absolutely do need to switch, at least right here, for those. It's good to be at full health during this part, because you want to be able to avoid as many of those plants stopping your jumps midway as you can. Unfortunately, that cannon right there is just so well positioned for it. And that one's fine. The nice thing about the pattern in Mega Man 6 is you kind of stay on the left side of the weapon weaknesses for a good long while. He's going to run towards us, he's going to jump, he fires that. If we do good on this, we should be able to get about like 2 good attacks in on him before he puts up his next shield. That was a very good Plant Man. And then Plant Shield goes to Tomahawk Man. So there's quite a lot of secrets in this game, and we're going to be passing over almost all of them. There's probably one that I'm going to get, just because it's so useful in the Wily stages. Hello, mid-boss. Goodbye, mid-boss. What's going on, Eddie? You either gave me a life or you gave me energy, but either of them's acceptable. I always feel like there's a guy who's gonna drop right there, but there's never actually one that does. Oh, I didn't time that one right. Hello, mid-boss. Goodbye, mid-boss. We want to go up here. Not for any real reason, except for this right here. Do we have the power adapter? We do. Good. Watch as I pixel over and try to hit this. Getting terrifyingly close to the edge. But our reward is the energy balancer. That is our only showing of Proto Man during the run. I actually thought that was in a later stage that we got that, so I'm kind of surprised. That was a good jump. If there's going to be a Robot Master that is going to absolutely destroy me, it's going to be Tomahawk Man. Contact damage is serious business, and unfortunately the Robot Master you want to be far away from is the one that uses the weakness of the weapon that requires you to be right in his face. And I'm also out of his energy. That's good. It's okay, we managed to clutch it. Hey, there's our clutch of the game. I think we can still do better than that, but close enough. You'll see me doing something in all of the Robot Master stages where I try to line myself up as close to the center as possible. It's really not going to be a tactic that helps me too much because I'm not really playing the absolute best at this, but it's a minor optimization that's made to reduce as many frames as possible where, oh god, my jump input got eaten. It basically reduces lag as much as possible through there to getting the ability. Which, if I were better at this, then it would be a very significant time saver to do that. Coming up soon is going to be an enemy that was from Megaman 5, but nerfed significantly. Those things were annoying in Megaman 5. I chose this route over the other one because this one I have to do just a little bit less, just weapon rotationing on. I usually take the other route for this. Hello, fishies. Wait for this one to pop up. There's going to be one here, too. I don't actually know which of the routes is faster or slower than the others, so I just kind of... I honestly think that the other route probably would have been. Alright, we're just gonna excuse ourselves through this boss. He's not really a boss, it's just the Sniper Joes of this game. Yamato Man is weak to Silver Tomahawk. A weakness that only makes sense because of the way that this boss operates and how the weapon operates. I'm not doing a good job. Oh man, that was close. Nice, clutched out another boss. I really didn't want to use an E-Tank on him, but I'm not gonna lie, this boss has, like, aimbot with those spears. And, like, he got a lot of contact damage on me. I was not sure I was gonna make it through that. Thankfully, the bosses in this game don't have the worst contact damage in the world. With Yamato's Spear, we can get through Nightman, who is my favorite boss in this game to bust her down because of the shield and because of his rotation. Nightman is one of the few bosses that actually regularly runs, but even he still suffers from the pogo sticks. I need to remember to stop charging there. I'm just gonna wait for this cycle. We want to take that damage so that we can make that boost. I missed the first cycle, but I made up for it by taking the other cycle instead. I'm making a point to where whenever I do my slides, I'm trying to hit as many walls with it as I can, because that automatically enables me to jump afterwards. Got a bunch of these annoying enemies where we have to hit those. That guy almost always snipes me into spikes. Excuse him. Hey Eddie, give me something nice, please. Well, if I had used weapon energy in this stage, that would have been nice, but the thought is appreciated nonetheless. The nerds. Here comes a fun section, probably one of the laggier sections of the game, too. We're close to 10 minutes until New Year's. Jumping one more time before throwing your mace out. Thank you for just not throwing your mace out. I guess Nightman was trying for a pacifist run on me or something. Alright, we just got Centaur Men left. Let's see if we can at least get through all of the Robot Masters before the new year starts off. Yeah, like right there was a good example of what happens whenever I try to not slide cancel. You have to hit the jump input, and it is just the worst. This stage actually has one of my favorite takes on a water level. It's not in this section right here. It's coming up right about here. You have to use... Oh god, that was not fair. You have to use the rising and falling water from the top of the stage rather than from the bottom of the stage, so that you can make it across large gaps. Or you just need to get stuck on geometry. Unfortunately, that section's not longer than that, which is unfortunate because I love that section so much. Hey, Eddie, want to throw an extra life at me? Ah, that's fine too. Those submarines, whenever you get horizontally aligned with them, that's whenever they fall out. Fortunately, we don't have to deal with them for very long. Oh no, here comes a mid-boss. Right there's one of the many secrets we won't be seeing. You can collect the beat letters whenever you fight certain robot masters that have an alternate exit, but the problem is beat in this game is not good. In Mega Man 5, he's really good against the final boss, but that's just because the final boss in Mega Man 5 is weak against the fucking Power Stone. And Centaur Man gave us a good pattern on this run around, which means whenever we do the refights, he's going to give us a really bad pattern, so that's good to know. That's not guaranteed, that's not me saying it for sure. I just know it's gonna happen. T-minus 9 minutes until New Year's. To any Game Grumps fans out there, this stage right here is the point where we would see the fabled Dairy Queen story. As I reiterated earlier in the runs, if you've never seen that little clip, it's easy to find on YouTube. Absolutely just go and listen to that. It is such a romp. Alright, we're gonna switch to the jet here. Thank goodness I didn't use my E-tank, that would have been sad and embarrassing. Just skip that guy. If I would have hit the ladder, I would have definitely skipped him. That's always a scary part, and then here comes the last little bit of this. I think we'll still be on the jet adapter for a little bit, though. We do want to kind of reduce the amount of time that we actually spend using the jet adapter. But it's not a big deal. I think these guys are weak to Yamato Spear and the Flame Blast. And hopefully they don't kill me. Okay, we're good. Well, the good news is I'll get to start the mystery game just very shortly after New Year's. There's gonna come a point here, that's a scary jump. There's going to come a point here where I'll need to switch back to the jet adapter. Right here it is. Now I'd like to hold on to this as long as I can, because there's another section coming up here where it's really handy to have. I thought I could fly over those. And this boss kind of sucks. I've got like 1,000,000 lives, and the tomahawks really don't take any ammunition, so if I die on this, I die on it. This guy right here, top 10 anime bosses. I'm probably gonna die on him. Yeah, that's fine. I'd rather do it sooner than later, honestly. So he has this horrible tendency to stay at the absolute top of the screen, which is just the worst. I always try to jump and throw the tomahawks because that gives them just a little bit more upward momentum, and then he'll just decide he wants to go down. Oh, great. And now I have to finish him off with Jet. Which is a lot more difficult than you'd think that it is, because those rocks absorb. Oh man, I'm using E-Tank on this. Fuck. I hate him. I'm just gonna try to use Night Chain. No, don't curve around him, you asshole. Oh wow, those actually do a decent amount of damage too. I think I'm gonna have to just change which weakness I use on that guy, because we wasted a lot of time on him. I didn't know he was weak against that. It's good to know though, because those are a lot easier to hit him with than the tomahawks. That you had to wing him from halfway across the stage. I'll have to try that the next time that I actually attempt to speedrun this game. Alright. We're not going for the life just because we've got plenty of that. I think this is an E-Tank, actually. I will take that. Just skip over him. Oh no, I held the boost for too long. I was concentrating so hard through there. Alright. We won't screw it up a second time. As we proceed to screw it up a second time. 11:58. Okay. Damage boost through this because fuck them. 11:59. Let's get ready for it, everybody. To everybody who is and is not watching my stream. Oh no. Oh man, that was a Happy New Year's miracle. Let's go this way. I'm trying to watch carefully, but I'm also trying to still play the game and not die. And Happy New Year! We did it! We made it to 2020. Well, those of us on the East Coast, anyways. Actually, I need this for this. I think? No, I've got one more boss before that. Yeah. I could take this boss down this way, but... Oh wait, that's not the weapon for this. Is it Night Chain? Okay, I'm just gonna actually use the power adapter. Should have just done it from the beginning. I know that there's not a lot of people who regularly watch my channel. I did make it to 100 subscribers, though, this year. So that was kind of a surprising little first for me. I don't think that I'm going to get too many more than that. It would be nice if I did, but I'm not going to tell anybody here that they should. That being said, here's hoping there's a lot more. Okay, I'm just gonna take this. This is what I always did. I played this the safe way. Pretty sure this is the one. Let's just play this safe. Oh god, that was scary. I'll try to keep too much of the sap out of here, but honestly, it's been a pretty good year for me in this channel. I've gotten to the point to where early on I kept trying to make promises that I just couldn't keep with it. I kept trying to tell people, oh yeah, I'm terribly sorry for the delays, I'm sorry that I don't stream as often, you know, and I've made the promise time and time again of, oh, this time I'll absolutely, you know, like start streaming on a set schedule. I'll definitely, absolutely stick to that. And it never works for me. Every single time that I've done that, it's basically put me in a really just anxious place. So one of the things that I kind of did whenever I started streaming again is, and that kind of happened particularly this year, was the kind of dedication to the fact that I'm not doing that kind of thing to myself anymore whenever it comes to streaming, which it is unfortunate to the people who do regularly tune into my streams. Like, I stream once in a blue moon, and then that's the time that I finally play the game that they wanted me to play or something like that. Hang on, let me hit this punching bag a few times. There we go. Oh, and there's a story in this game. Mr. X was trying to do everything, but Dr. Wily's scheme for world domination has failed with a D with no ED. Alright, back to SAP. So all of that to basically say, it's been a lot better for me just in terms of like my own sanity, as well as just kind of getting more videos out that I enjoy doing on here than it has been any time that I tried to force myself into a streaming schedule. Sorry, all the alcohol that I absolutely did not drink at all for New Year's, which I should have. Oh well, maybe next year. I already knew that I was going to be at a disadvantage playing this game sober, so... I could have hit a secret there, but oh well. Use a little damage boost. Oh god, that was unfortunate. Another kind of... I don't want to call it like a good or a bad thing. I think overall it was probably for the better, though. Just my, like, de-emphasis on, like, you know, while maybe not in spirit, like, you know, completely stopping speedrunning, the fact that I've kind of taken myself out of the mentality and mindset of, oh, I must speedrun a game, I think that that's helped significantly. Oh god, that was a close one. You want to fall slowly through those, and that's what I didn't do on this one. God damn it, that's what I didn't do the second time, too. Am I gonna game over on this? I very well might. I think that is the first time that I've really hit that like 3 or 4 times in a row like that, though. That's weird. It's all the sap. That's what I'm blaming it on. Well, we'll just go this way instead and try our luck there. I've been trying to do that the past 2 or 3 times. I just suck at it. Okay, I wanted to go this other direction. Grab an E-tank from this. Oh no. Well, we've got an ability that'll fix that. Might not have been as fast, but hey, we made it through. Oh, that's gonna be good. I'll just let the energy balancer sort it out. That's where we would have ended up those past 2 attempts if I just didn't suck entirely. And that right there was exactly why I always switch to the Flame Blast for that. Alright, let's start the new year off right, and let's fight a dinosaur. With a weapon that has an RNGesus Blast. The good news is the little Brachiosaur dinosaur guy, he has a pretty huge hitbox on his head, so it's not the worst thing in the world trying to hit him with it. Oh, I couldn't jump that in time. So out of all of these games, how many Yoku block sections am I gonna do? 0. rebounded that poorly each time. Let's just get through there. I'm really tempted to go for that, but I feel like with my luck with the jet adapter so far, I should probably just not press my luck. I've got E-tanks to deal with this. Besides, if this is the boss that I think that it is, we shouldn't need anything. Yep, there we go. Probably one of the dumbest bosses to ever fight in one of these games, honestly. Alright. We get these fun fans. And then they turn around. Okay, that makes up for all of that. Just kind of damage boost our way through that. And now we're at the boss refights. See what I mean about the aimbot on that? It's absurd. This won't be my fastest run of this, but I'm still happy that I made it through as fast as I did. There it is. This is an awkward place. There we go. Whoops, I missed. It's kind of tricky to time the pattern with Blizzard Attack on that correctly because, again, Blizzard Attack kind of sucks. See? Nightman, you actually do have an attack. Contrary to popular belief, you actually use your mace. Man, Centaur Man was really nice to us this time. He only disappeared once, he didn't use his flash attack at all. Speaking of his flash attack, here's the Centaur Flash. That's literally the only time I ever use it in the game. Alright, let's not screw up with the plant barrier this time. Alright, we're good. We finish off Flame Man. And then we can go ahead and switch to Flame Blast, because that's going to be Blizzard Man. Which they're even nice enough to give him snow on his area. Now, Blizzard Man, you're being a little bit difficult today. Aw, I missed it. Oh well. I don't think he's high enough to hit with the Flame Blast, but we'll sure as hell try. Oh yeah, he is. Still worth it. Now, oddly enough, Mega Man 6's final boss... Okay, never mind, I lied. I thought that there wasn't a boss before the Wily capsule. Completely forgetting about this silly boy. Now, this phase is where things get a little bit worse, but his weakness is still nonetheless. Scary because with the weakness you don't really have a slide. I'm using an E-Tank. I've only got 5 of them. Now we switch to Night Chain and we finish this off in just in full flare. Behold how huge his Wily capsule is. I need to stop getting hit by him, though. Alright, I'm gonna have to put a little bit of extra effort into him with the Buster. Now just come down here where I can fight you, buddy. I really wish you would stop hitting me with that. Ah, I couldn't wing him with that last one. God, the hitbox on that is absurd. Alright, since we're already so far behind on the surprise here, the screen's gonna go completely blank here for just a moment because I'm going to have to fire up a completely different game for this. So bear with me for just a moment while I do that. Let me just find it here in the list. There's the one I'm looking for. Oh, I have not started this up in a long time. Let me go ahead and switch the capture over to that screen now. That is loud. That is very loud. I'm sorry. I'll fix it in a moment. Alright, I'm trying to fix it as fast as I can. Where's options at? No. Screen size definitely need to work with that. Okay, well that's kind of annoying. It's showing up fine for you guys, I think, so we'll keep going with that, but I do need to take that volume down a touch, I think. Yes. Bear with me. That's not it. Alright, we found it now. Let's try bumping it down to about there. If that is way too loud or way too quiet, just let me know. So I've never officially done a run of this game, is something that I've realized. At least, like, not since my speedrunning days of this. I'm taking this down just a touch more. Just because that's a bit loud on my side, so I know it's gotta be loud for you guys. So I haven't played this game in an eternity. So what a better way to start off the new year than starting out with this game. That still sounds a bit loud. I'm not worrying too much about my health because I won't need all of it. I'll try to tune that down just a bit more here in a moment. So what can I say about Mega Man X besides, this was the first Mega Man game that I played on the Super Nintendo. And holy shit, what a great Mega Man game it is. It introduced the dashing mechanic. Let's try right about there. Whoops. Tried to escape from the level that I can't escape from. I think that'll be fine. I think a sequenced run, a very sequenced run of Mega Man X was the very first game that I ever had on the channel back in, I think it was like 2007 whenever I started streaming stuff. Well, that was actually before I even started streaming things. Uh-oh. I don't deserve that. I don't deserve that one single bit. I was so dead there. I love the fast-paced action that it has. I love the, they're not Robot Masters in this one, they're just called Mavericks. I love the storyline. There's so much I love about this game. So I should have been letting my health stay low, because I need him to basically just knock my socks in. It should get me low enough to where he'll do that to me. The game's gonna pause one more time right here, and that's just because I needed to dismiss the sound slider adjuster on my screen. Introducing one of the coolest robots ever. There's Zero. Here's where we lament that we're weak as shit. Now, if you're ever watching a run of Mega Man X, if the person doesn't start with Chill Penguin's stage, there is something severely wrong with them. They don't know what they're doing. Please correct this as soon as you can. Unless you're doing it for some absurd challenge or just to be contrarian, there's no reason to not do this stage first. So what did we gain between Mega Man 6 and Mega Man X? Or as we foolishly called it back then, some of us, Mega Man 10. Well, one thing's for certain, we've gained a lot more quality of life with the Buster. We no longer lose our charge fully whenever we take damage. We have the ability to climb on walls now. this jump right here, whenever I was first playing through this game and trying to make recordings of it, there were so many of my segments that died right there, just because I would get to that point, and that was the end. Dr. Lights followed us all the way to the year 21XX. And he's left all these capsules around for us. Much like it not being Dr. Wily all along, he's definitely not going to leave millions of capsules for us ad nauseum. And this is precisely why you want to do Chill Penguin's stage first, is so you can unlock this amazing mobility tool with a very unintended, unexpected benefit of also being a damage increase. This is also where I learned how to just absolutely fuck up my hands so badly that I cry. So I'm probably not going to get 100% of the secrets this time around. I'll save that for another video, whenever I just kind of focus specifically on this game entirely and rather not doing a marathon. But there are a lot of secrets in this game, and I'll probably get at least a chunk of them. I'm going to get everything that I can without having to replay too many stages. I'm probably going to be short a health container or two. Whenever he's sliding, he's invincible. Whenever he's breathing like that, he's invincible. But he's weak to the Buster. Whenever he's not charging indefinitely. And that'll take care of him. I'm getting a lot of achievements because this is the first time that I'm running this on the X collection. We get the Shotgun Ice, which is not a great ability, but it's not the worst ability. And we move in the Spark Mandrills stage, which we haven't hit a point yet where we're going to see. So, another thing that's kind of improved a little bit from the olden days as well is whenever we finish stages, we actually will see some environmental damage take place as we go through. If you ever see me just like have a seizure while trying to like dash and shoot at the same time, whenever you dash with the Buster, you do additional damage. It'll do like, I think, twice the amount of a regular hit. So for someone as Buster heavy as me, it's absolutely vital to like doing a lot of damage at once. Now, unfortunately, I made an oopsie and I didn't go to the stage I usually go to. So this guy's going to be a little bit more of a pain to kill than he normally would be. Might even kill me. Yep. So normally I do Flame Mammoth next, because even though we don't have his weakness, he's just an easier boss. I should have done that, honestly. Damn it, I haven't died again, because I didn't die in the intro stage, so we'll just stick with this for now. Sure as hell almost lost another life to that. I would have been embarrassed. Okay, we're just gonna game over at this point. Oh god, we even got that extra life from Chill Penguin's stage. It's fine. Okay, yeah, this is much better. This definitely isn't going to be my speedrun of this, that's for sure. And the big problem with kind of routing this, at least in like whenever I'm running this, is at least like with the pattern that I do. You don't have the weakness for basically two bosses, because Chill Penguin, that's not really his weakness, it's just that he also has a weakness to the Buster. So one big problem is that, as you'll notice here, the ice is frozen over the lava, which makes this whole entire part a lot easier. You'll see me kind of jump out of my dashes a lot, and that's just because that is a lot easier to do. Oh, I can't get up there just yet, I don't have the helmet. We're gonna have to backtrack a lot, but I can at least get this in an E-tank. So this is the second game that I know of, aside from Megaman Super Fighting Robot, the mod that I played a while back, where Mets actually take more than one hit to defeat. Oops. It's usually a one of those heads that pops out of there. That's fine. One of my favorite sections coming up here. And I messed it up. Part 2. Messed it up. %, rust on my part for not playing this game in a million years. So I actually misspoke earlier, by the way. At one point I called the, like whenever I went and grabbed the, what is a sub-tank, I called it an E-tank, which they are not the same thing. They behave very similarly, but they're not the same thing. Oh, I don't have any energy for it. Alright, we're good. I was afraid I was going to die to Flame Mammoth, which would have just been an absolute travesty. So I think I'll skip the remaining secrets since I'm not really going for that here. So now we can go back to Spark Mandrill's stage and properly put that stupid mini-boss in the grave. There's 2 weapons that you can use against that boss, and the problem is that I didn't have either of them. Oh, that was my clutch. I'm looking back at the replay. That was my clutch of the game. Just to give an idea of how strong the flame weapon is, it's that strong. Oh, and you also automatically start out with the energy balancer in this game. Alright. Let's show this guy who's boss. slide through that as hard as I can. As we just burn him to death. That is a fun jump to try to go for, but it is so hard to get correct. I don't think that you can destroy those, but incoming very precise jump. Third time's a charm. I didn't make that one. I'm being very careless and it is not paying off. I'm actually going to use my sub-tank on this. So that's the reason that they are functionally different from the E-tanks in the old games, is because you can actually use them anytime that you want to. Behold, Spark Mandrill. I didn't think he was going to give me trouble, but I didn't want to take the chance to find out in case he got a hit off like that. I always love finishing him by like throwing the shotgun ice into his face because of that recoil that he does. Alright, so next up is Armored Armadillo, which is a very fun stage with a lot of fast-paced action. And jump. Ah, I missed. So we want to wait just a tad and get this guy to come out here. Come back here, we get our second sub-tank. Not too important for that, but I didn't time the jump right there either. This game has a lot of smooth movement if you're not like a million years rusty like me. 1, 2, and 3, jump. Trying to defeat him normally is an absolute hassle, and we want to do that so we can get our heart container here. We'll just come there and grab that for the sub-tank energy. So if we get really lucky, we can stop him from doing any rolls. I don't believe I'm going to have that kind of luck. I think Armored Armadillo in this game looks a ton better than he does in Maverick Hunter X, which is a remake of this game. got an achievement for knocking his armor off, but there's also an achievement for knocking the trunk off of Flame Mammoth. This game is really fun because there are a lot of boss interactions like that where you can just take entire parts of the boss's gimmicks off. So I would use the Flame Blast to kill those guys underwater, but it doesn't work underwater. And the other weapon that's really good against killing large enemies like that, we won't get until basically the end of the run. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. We use all of our Spark Shocks to defeat that, because that is what they are weak against whenever you don't have the Storm Tornado. You can also just blitz them down. Okay, whew. Got a little bit scared there. Got to do a couple of things here. What am I doing? This guy unlocks this area down here, which leads us to a fight that's not going to get annoying at all. Whew. Oh god, that was scary. See if I can get some life out of that. Nice. There's our heart container for this level. I'm trying to remember where the... Okay, I know where the fourth heart E-Tank is. I'm just trying to remember where the third one is. Because we're not going to get our fourth one until the very end of the game. Oh man. That is a hand cramp waiting to happen. Wherever the head lands is where the tail will land. Launch Octopus in his normal form is actually very scary. First thing he's going to do is jump and shoot missiles. I need to avoid that attack like the plague. Alright, we've got him now. With that, we get the funnest weapon in the game that I sadly don't get to use as often, the homing torpedo. Favorite theme for a Robot Master in the game, easily. deal with him the same way we deal with Yoku blocks. Why not? Now we sneak through an enemy base. Okay, there was a very distinct reason I waited for those. Short but fun elevator ride. And where is that? Oh, damn it. Where's that third E-tank at? Because I know the fourth one comes from Storm Eagle. Man, he just did not want to get on that ladder at all. Takes two to deal with those. Okay. Well, I kind of need that. If you're ever having trouble with Boomer Koanger, a really cheesy way to beat him is to get the homing torpedoes and just hug either the left or the right top corners of the boss room, and he will die so quickly. He can still hit you with his boomerangs, but his boomerangs are nowhere near as bad as Cutman's. Alright, with him we can do the chameleon dance, and we can get a very great piece of equipment that's going to make this run a lot less painful. The only painful thing is how long it's going to take us to get to it. Especially if I keep screwing up simple things like jumping. Because we defeated Launch Octopus, this stage is flooded. Which we're going to go down here and do this part first. Come on, there we go. And then that's not it in this area. We fight the weirdest robot ever. This guy takes a hellishly long time to beat. I think he's weak against these. You can tell he's getting close because he's starting to smoke a little bit. got him. They had one of the best capsules behind the most annoying mini-boss. This right here basically makes sure that we don't die in one hit to Sigma at the end. It's not quite one hit, but it may as well be. Like, he does such a stupid amount of damage without it. I did not get my boost jump with that. Fight a bunch of not gutsmen. Well, we're gonna get some life up here, and then thankfully let's go for it. I just don't want to just die on Sting Chameleon if I mess up the dance. Alright. So I like to call this the Sting Chameleon dance because all I need to do is fire one of these bad boys at the beginning of the fight. Oh god, I missed. This is a lot easier whenever you have the Buster attachment. There we go. He's way out of sync on this. There we go. Because if you can get him in a pattern, you can just stand in the middle of the arena and just throw boomerangs back and forth, and he dies instantly. If you mess up on the very first one, which I just was not spamming, I didn't get it off on a good frame, so he got up to the corner completely, then he actually gets his attacks off, which is not good. I think I know where the last energy tank is. I think it's, or the sub-tank. It's in Spark Mandrill at the very beginning, so we'll come back for that. Now this stage, you gotta be super careful on, because it's very treacherous, and you would hate to fall completely off of here for the heart container. There's a lot of stuff that we get in this stage. This is just a packed stage of things. Blow that guy up and get a nice little window shatter effect. Oh god. It takes two of them. This one is kind of superficial, but we have these batteries here. And if you're not careful going through this stage, you'll easily miss this little secret right here. And this will get us the head attachment for Megaman, which allows us to bust blocks on the ceiling. A fun ability, but we don't really get to use it too terribly much, unfortunately. That's my favorite trick to do with those little walkers right there, is to just completely slide right underneath both of them. Little secret entrance to the boss right here. Ah, missed him with that one. Man, he chose pretty much left the entire time. And he pukes out robotic bird eggs. We'll get a little cutscene here before I get to go on my collecting spree. We found Sigma's fortress. Okay, so the things that I am going to collect. There's a health container here in Chill Penguin's stage. Which we can now kind of really quickly get to since we have the boost attachments. Unless we screw up and miss the guys. Well, fuck. Luckily that's a... No, it's not a checkpoint. That's not cool at all. This is like the worst one as far as backtracking goes, so that's why I kind of specifically chose to do this one first. Oh god, I keep missing my dash jump. Why? There we go. Let's not let that happen again. Shoot a shit ton of missiles at birds. Now last time we came here, we went down. This time we need to go up. Grab that, escape from the level. So the health container we are definitely missing this time around is going to be from Boomer Kerwanger, because you have to go through like 90% of his stage again to kind of get what you missed from him. Just collecting life from them, unfortunately. Okay, so now we need to go to the boomerang. And what you want to do is... There we go. Angle it kind of down like that. Was there any other collection I needed to do? We got Armored Armadillo stuff, we got Storm Eagle, we got everything from there that we care about. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Now here comes the scariest part of pretty much the entire Sigma Fortress. This climb was actually repeated in, I believe, Megaman 5. Because of those little purple flowing enemies, as well as just, oh god, missing your dash jumps. actually don't care way too much about our health here because we're gonna be doing a very important thing soon. I'm gonna see if I can get the skip up here. So there would be a cutscene playing right about there, but since I boosted over the edge like that, I can kind of stop that from happening. And it'll cause his text to kind of happen, and you don't have to completely stop twice in a row. So oddly enough, one of the things in this game that we absolutely cannot defeat is this armored ride carrier. I don't actually know if it's entirely, like, if it's even possible to destroy it, like, even if you had unlimited health and stuff like that. Something that's only going to happen in a couple of games, and definitely not most of them, is Zero sacrifices himself and dies. So Vile, despite being very fast and very powerful, has a very weak hitbox invulnerability. It's going to take away our weapon whenever we do this next part, so we just go ahead and do this. Switch back over to default. If we had collected, there's another equipment piece that we could have gotten in the levels. It was in Flame Mammoth stage. We would have gotten some different dialogue for that, but he basically tells us that he's giving us his buster to finish off the job. Oh man, I'm a little bit out of sync. I'm probably not gonna be able to do this all in the one charge. Okay. This is a very long and annoying climb, and I think that's actually intentional. I think they wanted you to struggle there so that you would get used to using the charged weapons. So rather than having a boss refight room, Mega Man X decided to just put all of the Robot Master refights in the levels, a la Mega Man 1. So as we're going through the Sigma Fortress stages, we're gonna kind of just be coming up on all these bosses. Alright. And this next boss is kind of a big pain in the ass. This next boss is the Spider. I can't remember what his actual name is. Oh good, just start out with the babies then. Oh god, I keep messing up. Okay. So the gimmick of this fight is he crawls down from the top of the stage, he launches spiders. He has a very brief window where he's actually hittable. He is just the worst. And the weaker that he gets, the more often he will, like, the faster he goes. I won't lie, he is like at least 80% of the reason that I chose to pick up the armor. That was a lucky dash. missed him. Oh god, stop. One more hit. Oh god. I hate him. Fuck that boss. Absolutely fuck that boss. He's probably my least favorite of any of the Sigma stage bosses. Just because of how fast he gets there at the end. Almost missed the cycle on that. I forgot that your health or your weapon energy regenerates in the beginning of each of the Sigma stages too. That's very fortunate. So you just pretty much hit him with a flamethrower until he goes invincible. This is his proper weakness. Still not the best weakness ever, but whatever. It just pretty much cuts out the middleman of having to deal with his annoyingness. Still this guy's right armor. I think it was this way that we wanted to take, because we can just eat a lot of damage boosts and just get up here. Speaking of having this weapon equipped, right after that, we have another little miniature section here. I think I was supposed to use the Chameleon Sting one more time for that, but oh well. Now, this boss fight is very annoying, but I find him less frustrating to deal with overall than the, I find him far less frustrating than the other boss. This is the Rengda Bangda. And we've beat him. The scary thing about that boss is those spikes are insta-kill in the middle, and if you don't use the weakness on him, he is honestly a pretty scary boss. If you kill the nose section there, which is why I kind of let him go through a cycle on that, if you kill that before the eyes, then you have to fight the eyes with that very little section, and it is not fun. Here comes the longest stage in the Wily, or not in the Wily, in the Sigma stages. Oh, I should have tried to go for the skip on this, but oh well. Wow, we just completely trashed him. That's fine. Oh man, I have a redemption arc on here. I'm just gonna spam the shit out of the boomerangs. There we go. We in the dance. I almost screwed up the dance a couple of times there, but whatever. We got it. I'm going to save the rest of my boomerangs because I want to show off some of the other boss weaknesses. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Spark Mandrill doesn't really have one. Whenever I get him to this last hit right here, you can kind of quickly get that second hit. The reason you don't want to hit him 2 times in a row like that is you put him into invulnerability and he can actually move. An actually scary boss if you give him the chance to be. So here's an example of what you can do to launch Octopus if you hit him with the cutters a couple of times. He jumps and shoots missiles the first time always. I think it's like 3 hits that we need on him. So now the only thing that he can do is fire missiles. Which, much like Hardman and his Hard Knuckle, Launch Octopus really didn't know what he was doing with his missiles. Admittedly, I actually think that cutting off his limbs makes him a more annoying fight, whereas the next person we're going to do a similar treatment to becomes a much easier fight. And we are at him now. He's gonna jump at us at first. That is a good name for that. So without his nose, he can no longer change the direction of the conveyor belts. Now we have plenty of Boomer Kuwanger left for this boss. This guy could possibly kill the shit out of me. Even with the armor upgrades, this is a scary boss. Because he does shit like that. Well, this is gonna be an interesting fight now. We'll use the last of our energy in style. Right there is, like, honestly the biggest reason he's such a pain in the ass. Whew! I think that last hit would have killed me. That was a nice, awful boss fight. I shouldn't have used honestly, if I hadn't spent so much of my time using the weapon energy to show off those cuts, I think I would have been fine. Alright. I need to pause just for a second so I can see. Yep. So, much unlike the last Wily stage in Mega Man 4, where they gave you the ability to farm, but not really a good way to do it, in this game, they give you these guys who pretty much always give you a steady supply of items and health and everything else. They're giving me a lot of not health items for some reason. We need to hear the full sound go off 4 times. That one right there. Now that all of our weapons are full, well, I mean, I guess they were full from the beginning. God, give me more lives, please. I'll get at least 3 of them full. That way I'm not spending all of my time on this. Unless it just stops being silly and gives me all of them. But nonetheless, they do drop more health items than your regular enemies would. Okay. I'm not used to them giving me so many lives. They must have, like, rebalanced this around, like, Mega Man 5 logic or something. Alright, I'm gonna try a different one of these. That one's just getting on my nerves. There we go. Keep them coming. Was that 3? I'm gonna give you 2 more. Okay. I want to give it 2 more of these without giving me a good health. Oh, there we go. There's 1. How close are we? Let's just go ahead and get it all the way up. We've come this far. 1 more ought to do it. There we go. So he decides first, he's just like, whatever. I'm just gonna let my dog deal with you. Dog's not the worst thing in the world. Now we have to deal with Sigma proper. And he uses a goddamn lightsaber. The absolute joys of wall hacks on him. Uh-oh, I've got him out of sync. This is where one of my E-tanks is going to come in to play. I'm using it now. Fuck this. And we've definitely, totally beat the game. We've absolutely... Oh, he's got a last form, by the way. This is where I predict almost all of my E-Tanks are gonna go. Oh, man. God. The most annoying thing about this boss, the platforms have spikes on the bottom of them. And we got it. That's Mega Man X in the bag. That is the end of the marathon. We played ourselves well into the new year. Started off with a successful Mega Man X run. I think that's a good way to start everything off. I've still got the Bloodstained run to go through. That's going to take me a good long while to get through, I think, because I'm going to want to explore everything. And who knows what else we'll have in store for the future at this point. I'm going to try to start branching out into things that aren't platformers or Kirby or Mega Man or Metroid, but we'll see what happens. Thanks everybody for tuning in. With that, I'm going to drink a lot of water because my voice is going to feel like shit tomorrow. I'll let this part of the outro play through, but honestly, the other half of it isn't quite worth seeing. Alright, and with that, I'm going to go ahead and cut off the stream. Thanks you guys very much for tuning in. Until next time, just remember that hindsight is 20/20.